Hello.
I have a tough enough time understanding Australian vernacular, Artemis Snap, so you and I are in the same boat. I got Ko the Yoshi just once in a while throwing in some of the craziest fucking words. Like I say math and he says myths. Don't know why he decides to just, make up words while he's at it. Absolutely ridiculous. Also, let me change my shirt to the Final Fantasy XIVs. There we go. Look at that. Now I'm on theme for Final Fantasy. What's that? Because I like to confuzzle you. See? Look at that bullshit. Confuzzle. Like that's as if that's a word. As if that's a word that exists in the normal vernacular. And the worst part is that I can't ask Australians to be like, hey, is this a word? Because you know what Australians do? You know what they do? They decide to be like, oh yeah, that's totally a thing. Despite the fact that like, it probably, cookie for Vol, here's your cookie Vol. Despite the fact it probably never was a thing, all right? Top tip, if you are ever approached by an Australian or you ask an Australian about a falsehood, they will try and tell you that falsehood still exists, all right? Kind of like the drop bears, whether the drop bears, how the Tim Tam Slam is actually done, or the, you know, the domestication of kangaroos. There is all sorts of stuff. So if there's ever like a moment where it's just sort of like, oh, does Australia have like a domestic golf team only for North Korea? If you say that to a person saying, hey, an Australian told me that there was a golf team that visited North Korea, without any other prompting, the Australian will go, oh yeah, no, absolutely, and we were very proud that they were able to visit. It was, you know, on the top tier for us. Absolute fucking redonkulous. Drop bears are real. See, look at that bullshit. Look at that bullshit. My own girlfriend, Artemis Sneb, trying to, like, you know, fucking like bamboozle people in this stream of like, yeah, drop bears are real. You know, in case there's the odd non-Australian watching this stream right now being like, is this real? They are not real. Why? Like, ugh. There's never going to be a semblance of truth. So yeah. But no. So yeah, happy Monday for all of yous. Hopefully a non-believer. It's not that I'm a non-believer. I woke up. That's what happened. Is I woke up to the lies that the Australians will do. Ooh, and they just do it for the fun of it. This isn't a question of like, oh hey, like, you know, is this ethical, or, you know, what will this do for the relationship of Australians with, like, you know, like agencies and what have you. That's what non-believers say. Here's an example. Here's an example of this going off in my office, and it's to this day still fucking haunts me, okay? I am in an office filled with all sorts of, like, highly intelligent people and, you know, sci-fi enthusiasts and what have you, but this will pop up in conversation or something like that, where we're going to be talking about some sort of, like, you know, discovery or some sort of, like, scientific pursuit, and somehow the Earth, it will pop up in the conversation either as a throwaway comment or as an affirmation of the Earth is flat, like it's not round. And the thing is that the Australian, they will say that without batting an eye, without doing a wink, without, you know, doing some sort of change in tone. Now, I may be autistic, but even I can kind of pick up on sarcasm. I'm not like Sheldon Cooper. So I have to deal with this fucking Andy over here being like, oh yeah, no, the Earth is flat. And I'm like, no, it isn't. It's important to me, like, you know this, right? It's important to me that you know this. And he's like, nah, it's totally flat. Isn't that right? And then they go, like, going over to, like, you know, Tom, Dick, and Harry or something like that, whoever's beside them, and being like, yeah, he believes that. And I'm just sort of like, what the fuck are you, what? And they weren't like, ugh. But the thing is that, like, outside of that conversation, there'll then come moments where they're talking about, like, space and shit. And, like, I'm sorry, but, like, I've not met a real flat earther in real life, but there are some days where I think this person in this office, who no longer works with us, this Andy dude, but somehow I do have that genuine worry that, like, while I'm in the middle of work, that I'm just sort of like, Am I working with people that are flat earthers? It will just pop up. I don't know how I feel about it, and it's gonna, like, erg. Excuse me. Ugh. Also, I saw your Blue Sky post today, Grant. Yes! That was one of the... So, interestingly enough, I had not opened up Blender in months. I have not opened up Blend. Like when I first got this 3D model, I'm gonna be frank with you. I opened up Blender and I was doing all kinds of silly bullshit like every week or something like that. There would be something I would be trying to do, whether it be posing my zebra, doing manipulations, or even trying to make a new 3D like modeling thing, like walls or a sword or dumbbells or like that framed like corkboard behind me. I'd be trying all sorts of things. But, as the years go on, like hey, I need that sword. Yeah, like, look at that. Look, there's a sword. Like, that's a bastard sword right there with a little ring in the middle. It's low poly. And then above that is a keyblade from Kingdom Hearts, because long ago, I thought I would be I'd be a fairly sufficient 3D modeler slash, what's-a-mahoozy person in Blender, that any video games that I finished, I'd be like, you know what this thing needs? I need to put a thing in my, 3D environment behind me, demonstrating that I have completed this game, and here's a little, like, Easter egg of, like, oh, hey, that's the Keyblade. Yeah, because I finished Kingdom Hearts. I went through that in, like, 6 months. But here's the problem. I have finished Devil May Cry. There is nothing Devil May Cry-ish in this environment. There isn't the Rebellion, there isn't Force Edge, there isn't Dante's Coat. I've gone through the Mafia series. I haven't done like a Fedora or a Tommy gun. Like, there's so many game series that I've finished and what have you, and I've not done like anything in this environment to help support that. And it just comes from the fact that I am dumb as fuck when it comes to 3D modeling, and I still need to rely on like tutorials to help me out. And because of like the silly thing in my brain where if I am not skilled at something in less time, like if I'm not demonstrating an actual progression in my skill rapidly when it's demonstrated on stream, then I cannot trust myself continuing that skill. It's something I'm really weird that way. Not dumb as fuck, just a beginner. But the thing is that like if I don't progress fast enough in a skill, I'm like, this skill isn't for me. I'm absolutely terrible. I can't continue on. I'm something weird like that. So yeah. So then, as the years with my model go by, slowly but surely, I am not I'm not opening up Blender and doing all kinds of things as often as I did when I first got this model. Fast forward to the last weekend, to the last week. And quite frankly, I don't know what got into me. Maybe it's because I'm showing off some of the more of the silly art memes that are going off to my girlfriend, and she's just going like, "Ooh, I like what I see here." Or maybe it's just some sort of different level of boredom that cannot be itched by streaming or by work. But I started doing like silly shape key changes, and oh, you're dating? Yes. You didn't know this, Vol? You didn't know this? Chat. Hi there. I'm Grant. When I started streaming 5 years ago, I had no girlfriend. I was very hypersexual online and ERP'd and all that kind of nonsense. Years have gone by, and amazingly enough, I now have a girlfriend. Not by being a furry. I just somehow rizzed them with the tism one day, because of the way I talk and the things I do and what have you. And she's like, you know what? This is kind of cool. Do you like medieval reenactments? And I'm like, yeah, I do. And she's like, that's cool. I also like your streams. And I'm like, wait, you've seen my furry shit? And she's like, yeah, it's kind of cool. I consider it would be interesting being a furry. And I'm just sort of like, oh, neurons firing. And fast forward to now, Vol, the latest person. I should really have a board or something like that in the background. I should really have a thing of like, it has been X number of days since someone's not clued into Grant's relationship. I only found out this weekend that Icy has a girlfriend too now. Oh my goodness, Vol, you need to. What are you doing? You need to be, a little more up to date with the relationships of your friends and your family. Although I will be fair with you. This is like a parasocial relationship kind of thing. I remember it was Rooster Teeth or something like that. Bernie Burns or something like got a divorce or something or rather, and was then seeing someone at his work or something like that. But this was like, that all happened in the span of like a year or something like that. But the thing is that because he didn't do like, you know, a week by week update of like where he is in his relationship and his life, because why would he? He runs a business. He's not meant to be, you know, a parasocial streamer or anything like that. When it came out that he was in a relationship with another woman or something like that, the fans were just sort of like, what? When did this happen? What happened to Bernie's wife? What will the kids think? And it's just sort of like, Bernie was just sort of like, this is like a year plus of like news that like I didn't think I had to like clarify to the viewers. And then lo and behold, this is what we have to learn, is that sometimes you're gonna have to keep people reminding. So, hey, I got my shirt back. All right, so what did I miss in the messages? Code calling me an unbeliever, Vol being impressed by my model pictures. Yep, the earth is round. Thick and round. Do you think an earthquake is just a... Why did you steal my shirt again? How did you steal my shirt again? Though doth need to take their own supportive words when I'm doing the same. So I find this hilarious. There's a time for some more fun with the crystals. Yes, we have more things that we need to do.
Thank you for the hyper himbo, Vol. I greatly appreciate it. It's not even me doing this now. If Artemis had her way, it would just be topless Zeebs, back to back to back to back. I would never have a shirt. I would just be risking TOS on Twitch, but thankfully Twitch is a little bit sexist, and they look at me and they say, this is a male-presenting zebra. There is no way that this man is presenting nipples. So... Alright. Did your nipples sink in? Technically, yes, because, like, if the nipples were actually the nipple that you see, like, on Blue Sky and such like that, there's probably a greater chance that I would be timed out, or worse yet, that given, like, a ban, because, you know, Twitch doesn't like nipples. And they do it to the women really fast, but the men they seem to have a bias for. Plus, there's a lot of, like, you know, furries online that don't have any kind of nipples showing whatsoever, but they will still present themselves topless, or so they'll either be Mickey Mousing or Donald Ducking, but because there's no genitalia or any of that kind of nonsense, they're totally fine, and they will just, you know, go about their merry way. So, yeah. Anywhoosies. Sort this. There we go. Yep, the way things are, this is fine. So yeah, look at me, I'm back in Limsa Lominsa. Oh yeah, for those of you that are wondering, Ravana. I'm visiting the Oceania servers. The reason why I'm visiting the Oceania servers is because, being in Australia, I like to have the I like to try and minimize the amount of ping and what have you. Also, I am now back into, since I'm at like most of my gear for my level 100 and shit like that, I'm back to dressing my character up as the best way I can describe him is coming back from a trip from India. Very, very, very just, you know, buccaneer of the forest kind of attire. I would like to do more kinds of attire for my character and what have you, but I also have a Fantasia sitting in my pack, so at some point I'm gonna have to create some other kind of attire. But yeah, look at all these people in Lisa Luminsa and some of the attire they do. Like we got like dude as a mechanic, we got lady in a suit, we got a cool looking reaper, actually no, that's a bard, so we got a cool looking ranger, we got, let's see, we got modern wear, we got cake, we got that, we got cool knight, that's looking fucking awesome, we got, you know, rogue assassin shit, we got, you know, summer wars, we got all kinds of cool looks and such like that, and then for whatever reason, we just have, like, a Rothgar and nothing but a pair of shorts. So, yeah, there's all kinds of looks and things, and, you know, it would be nice to do them. Creative attire there. Yes. It's Limsalo Minsa. The joke is that anyone that is sitting in Limsalo Minsa, they are not here for the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. They're OW!
Zeus Pegasus 13 with the 34-month tier 1 sub.
Thank you, Zeus Pegasus.
Since I caught a stream. Hey Grant.
Hi there, Zeus Pegasus. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for resubscribing for the last 34 months. I greatly appreciate it. You don't have to deal with any of the advertisements that pop up, and you get to utilize all of these cool emotes. Did it work? There we go. Now it works. But yeah. So, there's a few things that I need to get through. One of these is doing the Limitless Blue and Gordian nonsense, and lightweight, level 100 dungeon, 90 dungeon, 50 and 60 dungeon. There's so many things I need to get done, and this thing is due by tomorrow. Now, I will be frank with you, some of these you would just do unsynced, such as the Limitless Blue or the Alexander Gordius, but I'll be frank with you, I want to do the Alexander Gordius as a character, as like one of my synced characters. But one of the things that we do need to get done is this, the Hollow Promise, which means entering the Wondurst Third Walk. Because that is current Alliance Raid stuff. I have not, got that done yet. So it's probably a good idea. Hey, would you look at that? Iraq is online. Let's have a look. Waiting for Duty Finder. How is the Duty Finder tonight? Question mark. Okay, so they're over in the... Where the fuck? Estate teleportation. Lol. Don't tell Grant about the poll. What poll? Lol. I love how, like, I'll be real with you, I would either go... Wait, is that even all the choices? Rothgar, Rogadin, Lalafell, Aura, Mikote. You've missed Hua. You've missed the Hua. That's an inaccurate poll. Not poppin'. Wave. Darn shame. Alrighty then. Comment for human. Sure. What you need help with? Everything. Party Finder. So we got Hells on Rails Extreme for the loot, Recollection for the loot, Minstrel's Battle Arts, Fiend's Burden for the loot, Cinder Drift for the root, Quest Completion for Cruiserweight M1. One's going for Windburst. Yeah, I can see it! Last minute coin, sure. Join party. There. Recruiter is offline. What do you mean recruiter is offline? What in the fuck? The recruiter is offline. How is the thingamadiggy open if the recruiter is offline? This is bullshit. Is this new voice of yours a redeem or the norm lately? Just curious. It's a redeem. As you can see, I am more himbo. I have gone even further beyond. So the voice is to, it's to help support that kind of thingamadiggy. I see Velka's watching this stream because I have not messaged into the... Oh, hello. Someone did a cake cam after pulling the lever, I see it. Love it. Nice work, Zeus. Alright, so, let me just open up the party finder again, and... So... Like... Titania Zek. This makes no sense. Like, so they got disconnected? Alright, teleporting to Solution 9 while I call it. Speaking of Yzma, me is talking to her in Tamagotchi Life. Oh, that sounds cool. Cool. I have a Switch too. I have not, however, yet gotten Tamagotchi Life. There's a lot of... I have not... Ah, I see. So he's opened up the party finder. Loot. last... You have... Wait, did we join something? Okay, have we successfully joined something? I don't know if we successfully joined something. Hi there, Velk. We're in. Nice. Velk somehow did like a thing where he just like typed on his keyboard or hacking into the Square Enix servers, and then he just goes, I'm in. So yeah. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Can I do something about the ding? So I've got all the pieces. Hey, I can give myself the boots. Nice. So all I'm missing is a pair of... I only need one more pair of trousers, and we should be good in that regard. But I also need to exchange... where's... Alright, so I got all these, which does the ever-charged... shit. The coins do that. And then we've got... So these want the books. Cool. And then Tomestone Exchange. Mnemonics just wants...
Universal Tomestone. Okay. So... Let's have a look. Weapon... Where do I go? Gear Exchange. Maybe this is it. Lol. Rothgar, Lalafell, and Mikote tied. We'll do another, like, we'll do a different poll later on. What's more is, Frog, or you guys have helpers? I don't know what they're talking about. All right. So let's see. So they want the Swift nonsense. What do I do with the So not that. What about Historia gear? All right. So that's for augmenting stuff. And then Quizali wants the Shorelight. I'm gonna try and get some numbness in me before we start. Understandable. All right, so we got, for whatever reason, rain. Courtly Lover weapons requires the rain. And then certificates, eligible items. Nope. What am I supposed to do with the salary? Hang on a sec. So, okay, so that's the totems. And then these are the sublime curiosities. So we could do all those like Surlant and charging nonsense. And then cruiserweight. Okay, so
hello. 93 with the 11-month tier 1 sub.
Hello.
Yay.
Thank you so much for resubbing. I greatly appreciate it. You're almost up to a year. You're almost up to an anniversary. You don't have to deal with any of the advertisements, and I hopefully you have picked on a favorite emote out of all of these things, Goldie. All right, so Universal Tomestone is all the way down there. So next time, do not filter. There we go. All right, so Universal Tomestone 3.0 I have accomplished, which is good. All right. So Sublime Curiosity, so that's for doing all those exchanges. The Mnemonics requires Universal Tome, which I have, but it requires 500 of the thingamadoog. So let's have a look. So these are 780s, that's a 750. And then and then these are Domain of War nonsense. And then mathematics uses Universal Tome 2.0, which, quite frankly, maybe what I should do in order to support my other tank classes that don't have a Historia weapon. Ooh, actually, hang on a second. There was a Historia augmentation. Hang on a second. If I wanted to... So if I want to do an augmented, so that's going from 750 to 760, I just need an Evercharge Esther. Okay, okay. Alright, I'll remember that for next time. Because, yeah, I only need 1 coin. I only need 1 coin for the Shore Light, and then for those ones, I just need this one here, which uses an Ordelli coin and a Montemont. Yeah, and then breaches. All right, cool. Ding. Yep, cool. So we're going from 755 to a 770. Reload, update, ding. Fly, update. There we go. It would be cool if Solution 9 had a, if Solution 9 had, like, a place for you to be like, ah, yes, let me really quickly just go into this room and check out all the glamours and such. That would be really cool. Unfortunately, they didn't do that. I have to go all the way back to Tulial for that. So... Oh yeah, I should probably, where's my general? Where is materia extraction? Alright, so... Oh, hello. Tonk! Alright, and then... Repair all inventories requiring... Yep, cool. Alright, so that's all my repairs done. And then... What am I looking for? Oh, I was just looking for, like, where the Universal Tome exchange thingy was. I was being really dumb and limiting my list to the whatsamahoozy thing. Like, when I was clicking in this thing, I kept, like, changing from show all to showing, like, one of the classes and such. But the problem is that the Universal Tome here is not, like, limited to, a whatsamahoozy. It's not limited to a particular class, so every time I was filtering for the Warrior or the Paladin, it wouldn't show the Universal Tome. So I was just being an idiot. So, because I would keep going like this, and it's just be like, oh, I can't find it. So... Exactly, a true himbo moment, Porking King. Also, hi there, Omega. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're doing all right. So yeah, here's the thing. I'm enjoying Final Fantasy XIV. I don't know how many of you were there when I was hopefully I'm spelling this. Is it? Yeah, Dazarus. There we go. Am I spelling this? Yes, I am. Cool. I don't know how many of you were aware, but I joined up with Dazarus as he was going through Final Fantasy XIV in his own time. And we did, like, all kinds of silly side stuff together. We went through treasure maps. We went to Eureka, funnily enough. I went through Eureka as a sage, which was probably a very dumb idea because there's nothing in Eureka for the sage. So I really should have gone there as, like, a white mage, or better yet... I should have tried and get any of these fucking classes out from, you know, a Realm Reborn kind of levels and down into the, down, like, closer into the, Stormblood or Shadowbringers levels. So yeah, because that's probably going to be what the to-do list is. This is like what you're seeing there is probably what we're gonna be doing on. Oh my god, 99% himbo? Jesus, good work there, Sir Dragon. That's some pretty good himbo ratings. I really need to do some fixes to the damn, it failed. No, it didn't. 99 is like basically I need to do an investigation into a different way of going through the, because I'll be frank with you, it's just a random number generator. I just have a random number generator just sitting in like C# code where basically it will double check, is this a character I know? Do they already have a rating? If not, we go through the roulette wheel and we figure out what it is. So like I've just done that kind of a thing, which, you know, it serves its purpose and such like that. And I like, you know, the little like ding 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 ding, like I like that little thing. But I feel like I could probably do some sort of like there's, ever since I've gone back into like, you know, doing the silly like 3D render nonsense like over the last few days of like, you know, the uncompressed versus compressed, where to hide 4,000 cc's of silicon. Like ever since I did those, like there's just stuff where I'm just sort of like, oh, there's loads of things I want to, you know, try and improve and make. I get a hug, ghost hug on your way. Oh no, here's what you do. Here's what you do. You do this. You hug. Look at that. Just gave a wholesome hug to Vulpecula. So yeah, I have all kinds of different hug commands and such like that. But yeah. Once I get through like all the side, like we're probably never gonna reach this point, but once I get through the side content I want to get through and such like that, I'm probably gonna try and level up some of these like alternative classes that I have. Like, I'll be frank with you, I feel like out of the different, like, because I haven't gone through the mages all that much, and the melee DPS's, monk is probably, it's either gonna be the monk or the dragoon. Ninja, I'm not too sure if I like the Tenji Tenjinsun, like, you know, like, you know, throwing up the hand signs and doing the Naruto stuff. Meanwhile, for the physical range DPS, I think I like Machinist, although I haven't yet unlocked Dancer. I don't want to get any of these alternative classes until I get the relevant DPS up to that level. So for instance, I'm not going to pick up a Viper class until I have a melee DPS class that has reached level 90. Same thing for the Dancer. I'm not getting the Dancer until I get the DPS class up to, like, you know, the level that would have been for the thingy-madiggies. Nice work on the 18%. So, also, I've done barely anything on Blue Mage as well. Beep, 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 beep. Alright, and I'm guessing that's what Velk is going as. God damn, Elk's glamour makes him just go so fucking hardcore. It looks like, so when's the egg due, Zeebs? What egg? What egg? You can't just say, when's the egg due? What fucking egg are you talking about? Because that has a lot of connotations in the in the furry community, okay? You can't just say, when's the egg due? I'm not a bird. Crazy. I like to think it's Gengar giving me a hug. Could be cool. If there was a Pokemon I wanted a hug from, it would probably be... What's the evolve? Not for alligator. That's too big. What's the one between Totodile and Feraligatr? How do you know you're not a bird? I mean, fuck, look at me. Look at me, Sir Dragon. Croconar. Thank you. I think I would want a hug from Croconar. Because Totodile is like, I would just like squeeze Totodile, so, oh, they're too small. For Alligator, I think is like a little too big and just like clawy and such. Croconar, I think, is just the right level. So. Dun, 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 dun. Ooh, triple. Okay, chat. Do you want to? What about Crocodile? Who? Look, I'm gonna confession time. I'm terrible with names and faces, and that is going to be applicable to IPs where you're gonna ask me to try and remember more than like 5 names. Okay. There's over 150 Pokemon in the original, like, you know, iteration, and we're currently sitting on over 1,000 Pokemon. Do you think I will, the big red croc? Yeah, do you think I know these? The big red croc. Wait, hang on a second. Let me open up Opera GX. All right, so swap plus all open. All right. Oh shit. All right. 7 and 9. 8 and 6. Eight and 8. Oh, I do not have good ones. Dun, 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 dun. Hell yeah. That was literally... Fuck. God damn it, Red. Sorry, I was playing cards in the background. Let me get back to Opera GX. All right. Croco... Wait. Crocodile. Oh, this guy. Wait, how tall are they? Dun, 4'11". Okay, not too bad, not too bad. Meanwhile, for alligator. All right, how big is for alligator? So for alligator is like 2 meters tall. So if we go back a step, Croconar is only like, you know, 1.1 meters. So yeah. Oh shit. Yep. Ready check. I need to minimize this thing now. That way you guys can actually like see when we go through this. Ugh, excuse me. Did I do my ready check? Yeah, I did my ready check. Cool. Awesome. All right, so Velk is going as a Reaper. We got someone named Steve Winters for healer. All right. Oh, who wasn't ready? Full bus. Oh my god, who is? Oh. All right, well that's a choice. Anyone after casting gear, by the way. All right. Here we go. Clearly, I'm more the Pokemon fan in the relationship. Clearly, okay? I'm just a disgusting tourist in all the different fandoms. I dabble in the Pokemon, in the Digimon, in the Warhammer, in the Final Fantasies. I'm one of those peeps where I'm there for the experience, not for the trivia. So. Ugh. Oh, joy. Who the fuck is this Lalafell? Hi there, Velk.
Give you context on who she is, the most terrifying black mage you will ever see.
Okay, that sounds a bit much, considering the most threatening black mage in my head is the one in the blue outfit, yellow hat, and has just like black beady eyes behind it.
No, this lady is worse.
Oh, wait. Okay, that's not a normal Lalafell. She's fucking huge. They tricked me.
What's this? More vermin come to play? I'll put you down without delay.
The renowned wizard and demon of the Federation. How has he conjured such a terrible echo?
Wizard. There needs to be 3 of us. And I need to remember to have my stance on, otherwise this is gonna hurt. Oh.
You've no recourse but to cower before my true power.
What the? Okay, so we have...
Refuse to obey, and I'll make you pay.
So we want to be... Yeah, okay, because this is like... I get it. Watch as I fuck this up.
She's a bitch, so get ready for her to do it to you.
Through, you'll learn there's nothing I can't do.
Have care.
Oh.
There's no telling what
Okay, so we want to be inside the fire when she does... And then she's going to move all the way over there, is she? Oh. And then...
Fear will not survive this without powerful healing magics.
Cool. Oh, fuck. Healers are not going to like me for my vulnerability stacks.
Next feat, let's turn up the heat.
Plotting witch.
I'm no saint, so don't expect restraint.
Oh, there we go. Hopefully I hit that shake it off just in time.
And now so are you. Very well.
Oh, she just threw a fucking meteor.
You can just cast that.
That's fucking bullshit. I'm pretty sure
That's
there...
her power level.
I'm pretty sure there's like a thing where it's just like you needed to like crack open Dalamod and shit like that to get that kind of power.
Exactly.
No matter where you run, I'll still.
All right. So
She
we need to
is
be
terrifying.
in here? No, wait. Is this where we want? No, this isn't where we want to be. We want to be
Surrender, I'll allow, if you but give up now.
The comrade is down. We mustn't give up. Quickly, someone revive them.
Your offenses demand consequences.
what the? All right, so 1, 2, Oh my god. Okay. Alright, I think I got the pattern down.
2-minute window here, by the way.
How big of a window? Oh, god damn you.
Too slow, I fear. You never stood a chance, my dear.
Oh, he can't get... He's a warrior as well, so he can't get Narset Flash.
Pull the lever.
No, Sir Dragon, do not pull the lever so soon. Oh. Okay, I thought she would fucking die. She just disappears?
Doll.
That was a doll. That wasn't even her.
A match for my magic doll.
That's her power level.
This is...
A doll of hers can summon Meteor.
Well, this is fucking bullshit power creeping nonsense.
This looks like
She's the original Black Mage. She is all kinds of don't fuck with this.
Yeah, I already passed on the two things.
besieged. Make ready. The enemy will soon be upon us.
Which one am I targeting?
Be so middle.
Oh, okay. Do I need to keep them separated?
No, it would be best if you keep them all together so you can AoE them.
Yep. Oh, I just wasted my, fucking...
Reinforcements.
Ugh, I wasted the...
Well, at least you get your Primal Rend.
Couldn't tell you what was happening in that little circle.
In earnest.
Oop.
And
For a second there, I thought that was me. Lamia number 2. You don't even get a name. You just get called number 2.
yeah, Final Fantasy XI's like that.
Adorable two legs. Come, dance with me, mortals.
Their leader has finally shown themselves.
Oh,
Damn it, I'm gonna get hit by that.
Oh, how... I wasn't paying attention to what would have designated her hitting on the left or hitting on the right.
You gotta read skill names in this one.
Oh, okay.
And I'm not gonna be able to call them out for you.
All good, all good.
I'm trying already.
This is a teachable experience for me. Plus, she nearly dead. Oh, there you go. She dead.
It would appear the siege has ended.
Actually, what item level? 780s. Oh, okay.
Relja hiding.
Yeah, so it's decent stuff.
Yeah.
You know this one.
Are these not
Oh, hey! That's Alexander! Or, I'm guessing it looks like Alexander, but due to, oh no, it is literally just Alexander. Okay.
the light divinity?
I thought it was gonna be Timu Alexander. I thought it was gonna be a case of, it looks like Alexander, but due to international copyright law, it is not.
Alexander. So we meet again.
Oh, hang on. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh,
How is it an echo can match the resilience of Alexander?
okay, so we go to the side that doesn't have the thingy-majiggy going off. Strongly? Oh, shit. Cool. Okay, I just lucked out on that one.
It's a damn shame I'm not standing in the stack if they're not going to move forward.
Most of them died.
Then they can move forward where the melee and the tanks are.
Oop.
I'd expect nothing less of such a deity.
Damn it, got hit with a vulnerability then. Also, who the Never mind, I thought someone put a little thingy-majiggy on me.
Still standing in the face of his judgment. Well done.
Actually, I'm gonna turn off my tank stance, because Meat Shield over there can do it better. My weapon is not exactly perfect.
The comrade is down. Someone revive them.
What in the world? Okay, so
A comrade is in trouble. Someone heal them.
Damn it. Almost there. Come on. Yeah! Did it just before they did their defense thingy.
I say we press on.
Pass.
Garden of Ruhmet.
Pass.
And that means
Show this boss to any FF11 player, and they will start screaming at you.
Is this the vault to them?
This is the notorious 26-hour boss.
Oh, so basically like the worst version of, hey, do you want to go through Savage Endwalker trials?
No, worse.
What it?
Because this boss would literally take 26 hours, I think it was,
All right, I have no.
to kill. And I do not mean that disingenuously. I do not mean taking a break.
That is I believe you, because I think, like, I don't play the Final Fantasy 14s, but I've definitely heard of, like, oh, did you know that these bosses are absolute bullshit? And it's like, here's one that took 100 hours in-game time.
That could be that, yeah.
So, and it was like for the, like some giant, like, turtle thing was like one of them. And then there's, yeah, this guy recently. And this one was special because it was like...
I'm tanking the boss, by the way.
The what?
I'm tanking Awarein.
Oh, shit. All right. Ding, dong. There we go.
Tank. Me do damage.
Am I good just standing here?
Should be.
All right. Oh, shit. This thing doesn't have a phase 2, does it?
Thankfully, no.
that's the last of them.
I believe that boss has killed people
There is
IRL.
no foe Sorelja can conjure that I have not already vanquished.
I'm glad that we don't have that kind of a boss anymore.
Twilight God?
Well, technically speaking, they still...
Sorelja, you bastard.
The
Pay dearly for this.
The floor used to be invisible, and it was so pretty, but it triggered people with vertigo.
Yeah.
So,
valid.
Stand now before the very father of creation. Hold nothing back.
Turn off defense.
I'm not giving you any hints. Figure it out.
The emptiness threatens to spread.
Okay, I think I figured it out. No. Shit? What the...
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when the thingamadiggies are pushed in, and then this one is pushed... Oh, you bastard! I tried to do Onslaught to, like, rush in, but it's like, it only got me up to the circle. It didn't, like, get me into the center.
It doesn't. That's how Onslaught works.
Oh, you fucker. Damn it. Oh, pfft. I had, like, vulnerability stacks on vulnerability stacks, so...
You want to go to the southmost platform?
The darkness. It's growing.
Am I on the right platform?
Places.
Yeah.
Yeah.
been swallowed by the emptiness, the darkness of man's heart made manifest. No.
Arm's length this.
Thine own weakness betrays thee. Oh, Altana, I beg your grace once more.
Oh. Oh, thank goodness.
So long as I hold faith in my comrades and they in me, darkness shall find no purchase in my heart. Oh, darkness. It's taking the darkness into itself. Our farewell shall be.
I was in the middle of my burst window.
The Twilight God could never.
I was in the middle of trying to understand what the fuck was going on. Alright, so... Do we want to be here?
Desire for the emptiness. A comrade is down. Someone revive them. A comrade is in trouble. Someone heal them.
You don't say!
Desire, hunger for the end of mortality. Careful, lest the darkness take you.
Uh-huh. Oh, shit. Get the fuck away from me, Black Mage.
Her fate decided.
Which fucking way?
Desire for the emptiness.
Yeah. I'm guessing because the limit breaker wasn't released, it means there's a second phase. Oh, she gonna die.
You can worry about how I caught up to you later. We've got a dragon to slay. Come on, we'll be fine. Aren't we always?
I don't think she's gonna be fine.
Yes. Yes. Serelja and his schemes. Our journey's end awaits, and with luck, a new beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one I'll dip.
Gosh, no gear for me. Could've been good. Whee! 6-7. Fuck you. Alright. Oh, he's got a hole in front. That's bullshit.
Brought ruin to Vanadil's twin.
That hole is gonna come up later, isn't it? What in the actual fuck? Oh.
It's gonna come up right now.
So, World Destroyer wouldn't be an exaggeration.
Oh, okay, so that's not the end. That's not like just a death hole for the fun of it. That is an actual, like, mechanical hole. Dark resistance has reduced. Wait, do I go to the... I have no idea where I'm going. Oop.
Ooh, that looked like it hurt. Hang in there.
Pause. Okay. Okay, cool.
Never thought I'd see a god that'd give Pramathia a run for his money.
Pramathia assumed this form after its resurrection. Now I suppose you would have no way of knowing. Shinryu has already brought ruin to one world. We cannot let it come to another.
Not a chance. Let's kick this thing's scaly ass.
Oop.
What the hell was that?
Auto attacks count as movement for that mechanic. Oh, do they?
Yes,
Has Serelja
So I just lucked out and not...
for his king?
you did.
Did he just...
Oh.
This world is mine to conquer, mine to rule forevermore. Oh, sacred flame from beyond,
Okay, so... Guessing start.
become my blade and consign my foes to ash.
Shit. Where do I go? Where do I go? I'm guessing I should have been at one of the pillars instead of you, because you're
You
deep.
can. Go for it.
Yep.
I can't do it.
Stop! That's enough!
HP recovery down.
I'll show! I'll show!
Don't you worry about me, Krish. I'll see this adventure to its conclusion.
Okay, cool. I didn't accidentally hit home gang. Cool. What's my thing? Oh, don't look. Yeah. Whatever that means.
Someone's down.
So you had an eye, yeah?
I had an eye and a question mark and a cross thing.
So that means you should be looking.
Oh, okay.
It's the whole Kefka vibe again.
Mm-hmm. Should I be?
Exaflares. Except the slowest exaflares I've ever done.
What? Okay, do not look. Wait. Yes, I think that means do not look.
A truly mighty.
Oh.
The adventurers of your world are extraordinary indeed.
Ooh, an LB3. Nice. Dun, 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 dun. We final those fantasies today? Yes, we did. We did. We final the fantasies were finaled. We can now sip our Fantasia in Glee. Ooh. Need. No gear for me. Darn shame.
Do be like that.
Come on, 96, 96, 96.
They got a 97 and I had a 94. Are you kidding? Ugh.
What the hell? What did they roll? GrantZeebs rolled a need 96, obtained. It doesn't say what they rolled.
They probably didn't then. I'm gonna log off.
All good. It's
Enjoy the cutscene.
best of luck to you, and hopefully you feel no pains as you sleep.
I haven't slept in 48 hours.
Oh, you definitely need to find a way to sleep.
Kill me.
That's permanent. Just I don't know. We'll figure something out.
Yeah.
You weren't supposed to be here. What? And miss out on all the fun? My gut told me something was wrong, so I leapt through the portal. Next thing I knew, I found you on the ground and a giant dragon looming over our heads. I know I'm pushing my luck, but I'm glad I was able to help. Indeed you did. In fact, I dare say your presence is what turned the tide in our favor. And then here's the data copy of the Swul Jaja. Oh. And his lackey. My king, no! How could this happen? You had the perfect vessel! The power of a god at your command! If it was fit, then why do their corpses not lay at my feet? I need a new vessel, a stronger vessel. Shinryu only came to me when Promethea, the Twilight God, sought ever greater power. It slew their world's greatest champion and brought ruin to the world. To find a stronger vessel will be no easy feat. What in the hell are you talking about? Promethea didn't slay anyone. Quite the opposite, in fact. I was there. Your victory over Promethea alongside your adventurer companion was but one of countless possibilities. Like Shinryu and the death of Vanaldal's twin. How can you be so certain? The battle against Shinryu, seeing you there, it all came back to me. Both memories of a world where heroes prevailed over Promethea, and another where you alone survived an encounter with Shinryu. Preposterous, I know. Yet now it all makes sense. I finally remember who I am, what I am. The memories that echo within that rift between worlds, from past and future alike, from adventurers of our world and those not our own, somehow intertwined and coalesced into the man who stands before you. Meaning you share the memories of my friend, too. Well, that explains how you remember so much about me. We are not to be ignored! Saralja, quickly! I need healing before it's too late! I need more! And he failed. The Elytrope was not enough. And pretty soon this echo is going to dissipate. This place, it's vanishing. Ow. Oh, we're back here again. Looks like we're back in Juno. How's it going, Minty Fresh, in your Final Fantasy XIVs? Oh, I can click again. No. I can't end like this. I won't let it. I need only return to the Walk of Echoes to find another world, another champion worthy of my cause. Where do you think you're going? You're finished, Saralja. Oh, it's that black mage. Fuck off again. Saralja may have gotten away, but he has clearly grown desperate. Best way Best we hurry back to Bakul Jaja and consider how best to track the fiend down before he has time to recover. The memories sleeping in Juno stir. Perhaps the human adventurer has new knowledge to share with you. There you are. The Archgods, the Stone, the Kirin, Ulfeld Omega, Alexander, Promethea, Shinryu. Alright, cool. So we can, like, learn more about them at a later time. You're still on Heaven's War DLC right now after, let's see. So you started as Arcanist. You're focusing on Scholar. You managed to get to level 70, so you're trying the Sage so you can go pew-pews. Best of luck with the pew-pews. Let us return to Mamuk for now. Perhaps someone in the Landsguard spied Cyril Jah as he fled. One can hope. Alright. Look at my guy. Oh, it's not even a gun, Minty. It's lasers. It's a healing class that shoots lasers. We have gun. It's called the Machinist. Dun, 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 dun. Wait, how far am I traveling? Oh, okay. I literally could have just... Remembering a dream. The fuck is remembering a dream? Never heard of that one before. Yogg-Turel side quest. Dun, 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 dun. Healing with a gun. What Xeno thing is this? It's not a gun, it's lasers. Machinist has a gun. Machinist for the DPS, Warrior for the tank, and trying Sage and see if it fits you. Best of luck with it. Actually, I need to go to the bathroom. I am so sorry. I need to go on a piss break. All right. I'm back just in time before the... Oh, what? There's advertisements that's starting as well? No. Snooze that. Snoozing that one for the 5 minutes. Alrighty then. Clip you in. Stop the animation. Alrighty then. Landsguard. Glad to see you returns in one piece, Grant. We heard from Alsol. So, Cyril Jah's scheme beyond the rift have been thwarted then. That is well. We've routed the last of the echoes on this side of the things, thanks in large part to Bakul Jaja. However, we recently lost contact with one of our scouts shortly after they reported sighting Cyril Jah somewhere near Grok Drak's descent. Brokul Jaja is heading there now, but it would put our minds at ease if you were to accompany him. Of course! It sounds as if he's not far from the portal to Juno. We should hurry. Alright, next roulette. Motorcycle time. Look at this thing. As featured in Final Fantasy VII Advent Children. Literally went all the way out that way, only to come all the way back here. Like, just back and forth, back and forth. Uh-oh. More Lamias. Shirulja! He took us unawares. We tried to stand our ground, but he forced his way into the sky-deep cenote. Bakul Jaja arrived but moments ago and immediately set off in pursuit after taking our report. I hope he can handle that slippery snake. If anyone will be fine, it's him. That said, Shirulja does not want to give up without a fight. We hadn't a moment to lose. Here we go. Perhaps I should make for the Mist Continent. No, it would be all too easy for them to track me there. I've no choice but to return to the rift. It's over, Shirulja! By the authority of the Lands God, I'm taking you into custody! Already they're upon me? I must set aside my pride, if only for a moment. I beg you, wait, my king. Your king? If Tuliol is to return to its former glory, the Mamulja require a worthy leader to unite them, and there remains more worthy than you, the elevated chosen. Indeed, I have no doubt your father, too, longs to see you take your rightful place upon the throne. So come, Bakul Jaja, come with me to... So you would tempt the lapdog with not a bone but a crown? You didn't expect your bravado to give way so easy, Shirulja? Won't be gloating for long. What fortuitous timing, you three! Please, will you not convince our dear Bakul Jaja here to stay his blade? After everything you've done to sully the memories of our home for your twisted ends, you expect us to help you? I wish to make amends. Yes, amends for my transgressions. You were cursed as a child to never age, is that not so? Being made from memories as you are, it would be a simple matter to restore the flow of time to you. I'm fine just the way I am, thank you very much. And since you admit you've done wrong, we should discuss punishment. Maybe a knuckle sandwich or two. I can return you home to Vanadal. To perish in a world which one bears no ties is ill-befitting adventurers of your caliber. Would you not agree? Let me send you back where you belong. There's no denying I long to see our home, but I also long to see our friend here bring you to justice. Without me, you'll be stranded. You would really forsake your only means of returning home for this brute you've but recently met? It matters not what we met, nor whether he means to repay our kindness shown him. He's our friend. We don't need any more reason than that. Fools, all of you! Such childish nativity is why you could never be king. And why would why you will inevitably play into the hands of Alexandria's queen. Trust is how you find yourselves a tool, used and cast aside like so much rubbish. But I will be a tool no longer. If you would throw in your lot with the other refuse, then it would be my pleasure to mark this your grave. You will die here, mourning the world you will never set eyes upon again. Yeah. Get fucked. Teamwork makes the dream work. You have strength enough to stand on your own. So why? What good is joy without those to share it with? I can think of few pleasures in life greater than shared victory after a grueling trial against powerful foes. A joy shared is a joy doubled, as they say. Hi there, Bruiser! How goes the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV? Oh, are you talking about the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial, allowing you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn, and the award-winning Heavensward, and tantalizing Stormblood, and player-favorited Shadowbringers expansion, up to level 80, with no restrictions on playtime?
Hello.
Hi, Danny. I might have heard of it. I might have heard of it. How's it going, Bruiser? How's it going, Dano? You're that Dano. You're Sashara's BFF, boyfriend, BF, partner. Static. Words failing me at this point. Hi. Yes, Sash is Dan. Nice. Sash is Dan. I will never understand such jolly. Hopefully you're doing all right. Thank you for the likes and the retweets on some of my earlier posts and such like that. Live long enough and maybe you'll find someone to thwart that icy heart of yours. After you've atoned for your crimes, of course. I have just got done with, like, all the Alliance raids that are in the current patch. Thank you, but what will you do now? What? You mean about us going home? It's fine, really. This place has kind of grown on me. Wi-Fi went out? Oh, that's not good, Danny. Hopefully the Wi-Fi isn't out forevers. Yeah, all good. Happy to help when I see them and make silly lewd comments. Yeah. Oh, my dear Prish. Is remaining in this world truly your wish? Oh, it's this Lalafell again. Apparently this Lalafell is like the most powerful black mage. You were streaming tonight till this happened. Ah, okay, that's a shame. Shantoto, but how? Mighty, we save the pleasantries for a more tranquil place. I have grown tired of the unsightly decor in this place. I have no idea what her voice is supposed to sound like. I did hear it in the Alliance raid, but I can't do it like on the go. I take it you're an ally then? Very well. Let us return to Mamuk. This is a cool guitar riff. But yeah. I'm just sitting over in Materia Ravana, because Velk helped me out in getting through the third Alliance raid for Dawn Trail. And at some point, I have like so many other things I need to go through. Like, I haven't even gone through all of the raids way back in Endwalker. I still have Alliance raids and normal raids of Endwalker to go through. These Mamelja have shown me no hostility. How novel, beastmen versed in civility. But where's the one who escorted us here? Is it rare for their two-headed ilk to appear? As head of their god, he has simply gone to apprise them of what took place in the Sky Deep Cenote. More importantly, Shantoto, might I ask... Silence! I hear the deafening screech of the wheels in your mind turning, but fret not. You shall have the explanation as for which you are clearly yearning. You're still stuck on what class you want to play? Tank. To begin, as I'm sure you already know, I hail from Vanaldial, the one and only Shantoto. And it was you two who bested this magic doll. A rather amusing and unexpected sight to see myself fall. I thought it peculiar that an echo would pit a decoy against us. Echo? An interesting name for the creatures we felled, much like you, born from memories of our home as well. A truth anyone with eyes could plainly see. Well made, like my dolls, but no true article, like me. So it is really you, Dox. Or rather, a doll created by the real you, who now speaks through you. This is all a little confusing. Dox? Even here, I'm glad to see you're the same as ever, my dear. My crust rift research was proceeding apace when I sensed a disturbance in that interplanet space. I was being watched. The nerve, the gall. To end his curiosity, I sent this magic gull. To find both Juno and Windrus here was quite the surprise. Not one, but two faithful replicas. I couldn't believe my eyes. There was also a half-baked Bastok. Shoddy work at best. The echo of a certain engineer could have built it with zest. His absence meant that there was no guilt in laying the city to rest. And soon after, we found you beset upon by more of those strange creatures. Not that they would prove more than a mere trifle for you, of course. In that first instance we met, I knew right away you posed me no threat. And yet, the thrill of a good fight fills me with such delight. I could hardly resist trying to set you both alight. As you might have guessed, Shantoto is wont to get a little carried away when the mood strikes her. In any case, you'll be happy to know that Cyril Jha, the fiend responsible for preying on the memories of Vanadial, has been apprehended. You needn't worry about any more prying eyes in the midst of your work. If the trouble has passed, then my work here is through. This doll would return home, but what of you two? Both your Levin cores appear compromised, so it's hard to say how much longer you'll survive. Both her cores? Twould seem our battle with Shinryu took a heavy toll. I hate her nose. I don't know why she gets a black nose like that. If you wish to come along, you need only ask. Ensuring your safe passage is a simple enough task. You was playing tank, but you're not feeling Dark Knight anymore, but you also don't have any choice at the moment since nothing else is max level. Fair enough. I will probably... So yeah, I'm in the process of trying to level up like all my alternative classes and such like that, so then that way when I go to help other people or join in with other people on later game or later level stuff. Because right now, all of my alternative classes are like below level 50 right now. The only things that are not level 50 is my white mage at 70 and my sage at 70. The offer's appreciated, but I think I'd rather stay. There's still a lot of adventuring I've left to do with Grant. I would stay as well. I'll not deny it is a choice made with some reluctance, but if my time is short, I would spend it here, on an adventure with my friends. Excuse me, nose. I'd rather you show me around Vanadel. An adventure in Vanadel? Are you serious? That's a wonderful thought, but how in the world do you plan to make it over there? Asian magic. I am a sundered soul of Azum. I suppose I shouldn't put it past you to find a way. Then it's settled. We'll save our adventuring for Vanadel. With any luck, we'll have found a solution to our electro predicament by the time you arrive. But before we go, could we see maybe just a little more of Tuliol? It's only right we say our goodbyes, and I've still plenty left to pester you about besides. I feel ya. Most of my classes are 70 plus, but they either don't have item level, so you're trying to get one of each role to max level, and somewhat geared so you can do that as well, being able to help others and fill roles when needed. Yeah, exactly. Did I hear that right? You're looking to take a trip around Tuliol? In that case, there's at least one place I'd like to take you along the way. We're going for tacos! Noting the contrast with Vanadels had been a real threat, so I'm coming along too. And that's that, my sweet. Just as well. Something tells me I would regret leaving you to your own devices. I suppose the dirigible landing is a good a place as any to start. When you're ready, we'll meet you there. So yeah. Slowly but surely we're getting through all this. Alright. Ding. Okay, gotta head back to Tuliol. You're tossing between Black Mage and Reaper at the moment. Ooh. Like for the levels, like trying to get him up in levels, try the Black Mage. It's gonna be like a bit of a slow one, and that's probably like the better direction to go. All right, hang on. So where is, there it is. Distant Promises. We go to there. Dun, 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 dun. I hope you've been waiting too long. Before I tend to my own business, I'm sure there are a few places in particular you'd like to visit before returning home. While you see to Alzal and Prish, I will show Shantoto around the city. Once everyone is finished, we can reconvene at Zablavtine. No idea how to say that last name. I wasn't paying attention. Alright. If I don't know better, I'd say Bakul Jaja has grown a touch more hospitable since last we met. Shall we start by paying a visit to the Landsguard? They've been a pretty big help, haven't they? Alright, let's head to Bright Plume Post. Being our last time and all, I'd like to take in the sights a little along the way, if that's all the same to you. Yay, we are now escorting them. Alright, so we can head down south, and then we can, you know, go moving around and what have you, so... Because we'll head down to the Arc of Dawn, then through the shops, and then up the, you know, giant thingamadiggy, so... We got options. They're both 90, so it would be the easiest thing at the moment. As for healer, thinking Sage and ranged pop... Don't know any, just wait and see when the new ranged DPS is going to be. Fair, fair. My current class is, like, my tanks are all 100. But yeah, like, other than the White Mage and the Sage, like, everything is still under 50s. So, I don't really have, like, I haven't, like, fully fleshed out my abilities and what have you. During our time in Kozama Uka, the Moblins told me of their postworm and their practices to foster an environment for crafting the greatest gold and metalwork in Toyol. Such disparate people working together in such a fashion is something you would never see in our world. It's perhaps what I'll miss the most when we return home. The Pelepelu over in Uriquapa sure have an interesting way of talking about money, don't they? Makes me want to go and visit just to hear them haggle. They all seem to be such screwed salesfolk, too. Always finding just what I was looking for before I even asked. Bleeding mind readers, I tell you. Alright, so we went there. Doesn't look like there's anything over there. Oh, that's right. There's all the role quests once we get up to level 90 as well. I'll get my classes up to like level 100 before I start doing the role quest shit. Ferocious beasts on foreign shores. Dun, 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 dun. Won't be for a while, but can't wait for Beastmaster so I can clown on Dazzy's. Should be good. Like, one of the things, like, there's just so much to do in this game. It's like, one thing I want to, like, you know, put a little bit of time into and practice is maybe even try and figure out, like, the blue mage as well. So, I feel I owe a great deal to the merchants of this market and the supplies they furnished me with for our adventures. One can never be too prepared, though Prish would perhaps disagree. A look equal parts impressed and concerned on her face as she regards my bag full to bursting with potions. Old habits die hard, I suppose. Seeing the fresh produce at the stall over there puts me in mind of all the amazing food we've had here in Toral. Alpaca steaks, quiprapipil, the mate tea cookies! Oh, what I wouldn't give for more cookies. And the Alexandrians were no slouches with their cooking either, though I wasn't expecting cultivated meats. So many tasty foods I haven't had time to eat. So many desserts. Cool attire. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. All right, I'm gonna hide you, and then so the White Wanderer we're gonna need to do another time. Dun 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 dun. But yeah, like. So, like, I want to try and, like, have something, because, like, tank, like, for tank, it's the warrior. Warrior is the simplest fucking class. I love him to fucking bits. I am that kind of player. I am a hammer and greatsword main and monster hunter. I want to tank things and not think too hard about trying to survive and hit hard. So I need to find something in the melee DPS. It might be Dragoon, or it might be one of these classes that I haven't yet unlocked. For the physical range DPS, it could be the Machinist for all I know. And then for magical DPS, it might be maybe the Summoner. Who knows? But before I forget, I meant to ask you about those talking catfish. Are they also considered one of the tribes of people here? Whenever I see them, I instinctively wish to protect them and their adorable little faces. Were they not so violent, I would be sorely tempted to take one home with us. The other day, I was talking to someone in the outskirts who was torn about going home to Tuliol, there being that 30-year time gap and everything. I know what it's like to lose time, which is why I told them they should make that trip while they still can. Even if there's people they lost in that 30 years, there could still be people here waiting for them. I wonder if they're already here. No thoughts, just hit hard. Yep. No brain, just wha-bam, wha-bam, bam. Unfortunately, the hand tracking doesn't do a really good job of watching my fists flying. Ah, welcome back. On behalf of the Landsguard, you have our sincerest thanks. As I'm sure you already know, Cyril Jaw is being held in one of our cells and awaits sentencing by the Wing of Reflection. There was a time when his crimes against Tural and the throne would have undoubtedly resulted in his death. That said, I believe redemption is not impossible. Bakul Jaja has proven that, though there is also the matter of lives lost to Cyril Jaw's hands. But these are matters you needn't concern yourself with any longer. I take it you'll soon be setting off somewhere. We are, as it happens, home. We thought it only right to come and say goodbye. Could you also pass along our thanks to Kikwazana? Yes, of course. I've no doubt he'll be sad to see you go, as will the rest of the Land's Guard. May you both have a safe journey. Oh, hang on. There we go. Dun, 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 dun. If we have no other stops to make, then let us make for Zabalyatini. I don't know if I'm even saying that correctly. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, yep, so we're going over there. I can hear my stomach rumbling. Cool outfit. Oh, this way. This is where we need to be. And then downstairs as well. Dun 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 dun. Well, here we are. Though I see no sign of Bakul Jaja, perhaps the tavern keep has seen him. Come with colorful folk today. Sorry. Come for colorful company today, I see. Will it just be the three of you? We're expecting 2 more, actually. Sorry to keep you waiting. Addressing all our questions proved more time-consuming than I anticipated. And addressing them he did, without a moment's hesitation. The Maluja of this world have exceeded my, admittedly low, expectations. Before you all leave, I wanted to treat you to one last round of tacos. Let's find a place to sit. Hell yeah, tacos. Man, it's been a while since I had tacos. Aren't you going to eat? I swear the tacos here in Tulio will change your life. Well, the offer is appreciated. This doll needs only magic to be duly satisfied. We should do a taco and movie night? We should. We should. You need to have a look at some movies and what have you on the media server and what have you, and see if there's something that might be good for tacos. If there's something that's missing, you know where to go for requesting shit. Wow, these tacos are as amazing as Aunt T's. If I might have your attention, everybody. Today, we would offer you all a special treat. A treat for the ears. But it's Monday, not Tuesday. It doesn't matter. A special performance by Scoria, the up-and-coming songstress hailing from Alexandria. Oh yeah, this is the girl we met on the trip in the previous iteration of the Alliance raid. Excuse me. Seriously? Where's the singing? Tuesday is trivia night for us, so no taco. Yeah, that's fair. Ugh, Nick. I was hoping for some lyrics. I was hoping for some lyrical nonsense. My, what are the chances we would meet again, here, of all places? She's been practicing every day since you left, determined to realize her dream of becoming a songstress. Imagine our surprise when Brooke Evu approached us, asking if she could hold performances at his establishment. Woo! Prish, so what did you think? I'm finally doing it, bridging the gap between Tuliol and Alexandria through music! Absolutely incredible! I'm glad I got to hear you sing before I had to leave. Leave? Does this mean you're finally going back home? Mm-hmm. In that case, I'll just have to go and sing there someday. I'll be the best singer they've ever seen. Bold, good lady. Bold indeedies. No doubt about that. Looking forward to it. There we go. Oh, we got more to go. Mouth-watering tacos and an unforgettable serenade from Scoria? What more could I possibly want? Time, I guess, but there's no point in trying to delay the inevitable. All right, we're ready to go. Then let us make for Juno without delay. The connection home is strongest there, and will help us on our way. Will you be seeing us off, or are you planning to stay? Accompany Prish and the others to Juno? Yes. Let's go. Oh, wow. Shit, I thought we have to walk all the way to get here, but I guess we just teleported. Cool. So. If we have no further cause for delay, I shall plot a course for home and show you the way. Concentrate on home. Hold its picture in your mind. Reach out with all your heart, and the path twixt worlds will answer in kind. There we go. Ah, well done. I'm impressed. Pupils worthy of merits, and that is no jest. I confess you have potential. You're not just all bluster. Certainly better than a certain total loser could muster. All right then. Until we meet again. Dun, 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 dun. What happened? I thought they were getting teleported. I guess we may have overdone it a little with Shinryu. We had a lot of fun times here, didn't we? And yet, so many interesting people. I'll treasure those memories of Tyrell for all my days. However, many that may be. And I expect to see you in Vanadiel someday, you hear? That big world of ours will always be waiting. Waiting for you. It is strange to think I will soon live alongside those self-same adventurers whose memories created me. Stranger still that you too may someday cross paths with them. Should that day ever come, I hope you will afford them the same kindness you gave me. And invite them on an adventure to create new memories all their own. I hate to interrupt, but I don't think it's wise to waste any more of the little time they have left. But you should come back for tacos sometime. We're comrades now, after all. And we have always been short on those. Hey, brother. Take care, you two, and safe travels. Until next time, Bakul Jaja, Grant. Zoom. Dun, 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 dun. But cool. It suddenly seems so quiet now. Dry your tears, brother. You still have me. What tears? Out of the two of us, I'm the strong one. We should be heading back to Mamuk. I'm sure Mother is curious to know what become of Algzol and Prish. He's a big... That guy was a villain. For those of you that were not familiar, that guy, he was an asshole at the start of the Dawn Trail. But now they're giving him a bit of a, you know, comeuppance, like, you know, revisit to the whole, like, what's Mahoozies. They're giving us an opportunity to actually enjoy him. Bird. Dun 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 dun. Also, this is his mom. So this two-headed giant Makul from her. They were an egg. Ah, you've returned, Grant. But where are Alzol and Prish? Have they... Yes, Mother. They've returned home. A bittersweet parting, I'm sure. Those you consider friend are few and far between. I didn't say they were friends. They're comrades. Prish and Alzol and Grant. Nothing anyone says will change that. Can I call him a friend? Like, sure, you were an asshole to me, but come on, you've gotten better. It would be remiss of me to not offer thanks as well before you go. I shudder to think what could have happened not only to Mamuk, but all of Tuliel had you not come to our aid. Threatened by our own ritual magics, no less. Never could we have imagined them being combined with Electrope to serve such nefarious ends. Which is why the techniques for conjuring shades will henceforth be forbidden, never to be passed down to future generations. We might have walked a similar path if not for you and Wooklamot. We made many mistakes during the Rites of Succession, hurt many people. Despite all we've done, we were given a second chance, and so long as there are those who believe in us, we will keep trying to live up to their expectations. We've done the right path now, and won't stray from it again. We refuse to be a burden to our comrades. Bakul Jaja. It's not too late to find yours as well, Father. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that people need only the opportunity to change. I think he was just an angsty teen that was trying to do what his parents wanted. Yeah, no, basically he is, you know, he's basically that prissy, like, you know, privileged kind of like person that was like told due to his parents, the village, and then history dictating, hey, you there, two-headed, your worth is only worth if we have you leading this kingdom, and it's thanks to you that you're lucky to even be born because of the birth rates being so terrible for two-headeds. I need you to succeed, and I will only value you via your success. It was very much a, you know, generational trauma problem, and slowly but surely we're gonna get rid of that generational trauma problem. Perhaps you're right, son. Perhaps you're right. If you're ever in need of help again, don't hesitate to call on me. Your enemies will rue the day they meet Bakul Jaja. Perhaps violence shouldn't be our first solution. You could learn a thing or two from the vow of reason, brother. Do you suppose Prish and Elzol made it home safely? I hope they can come back and see us someday. Perhaps I'll find a way to go and visit them first. Yay! We got the... And we got to Echoes of Vandal. We'll have a look at those after. Dun 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 dun! Dun 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 dun. The memories abiding within Juno stir once more. Perhaps the adventurers there have new knowledge to share with you. We're not reading all that. Cutscene? That's a fucking bright light. Okay, this is the Echo. Or, sorry, the rift between, space. The rift between worlds. Yeah. Something wrong? I was hoping this would be voiced, but I guess not. It's nothing. Just thinking on all we've been through. It was some adventure. At the beginning of our journey, I had nothing. Ow, fuck. No name, no memory of who I was, only a vague sense of duty to guide me. With each battle, we found our way forward, and eventually I would remember. I remembered what it was as I was fighting to protect. something more valuable than any treasure. You fight to protect it as well, which is why I know we will meet again. Until that day. Let's be off. Adventure calls. Ow! Fuck. I have no idea who those people are. We'll leave the light on. It's fucking bright. Do not leave the light on. I nearly got blinded thanks to the, let's see, red mage, paladin, what's Mahuzi, black mage, buccaneer, white mage, and whoever the fuck the dude in suit of armor was. There we go. Alrighty. Did it. That's a Dark Knight in 11. They're a DP. What do you mean? Wait, the Dark Knight is a DPS class in Final Fantasy 11 of all things? Oh, God. And then... hunting for the family. But yay! Got myself another achievement. And I still have all these to do. I am so close to getting that crown, though. That's kind of crazy. Then 3,000 Fates for the Paragon's Robe. Resurrect a player who is not in your party or alliance 200 times. Complete 300 dungeons, level 61 and above, extreme trials, unreal trials, high-level duty roulette dungeons, or duty roulette levelings as paladin. Each roulette only counts with daily bonus reward. Same thing for the thingy, and the thung, and the thung. Clear the Baldessian Arsenal, and then whatever the fuck Delibrium Renege, like, whatever that is. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, so that's the pugilist, which we'll do later. Lancer is incomplete. He taketh with his eyes. So many achievements. Look at all these achievements. And then we got dungeons here. Complete 2,000 instance dungeons or raid trials. Clear the 50th. Clear the 100th. 150, 200th. Complete floors 1st through 54s solo and reach 51. So I need to do it there and there. Discover a piece of Cursed Horde. 100 pieces, 1,000, 5,000. 100 pieces without using a Pomounder or Protomounder of Intuition. 30th Heaven on High. Solo. Achieve the Going for Gold at the Mass Carnival. No idea what that is. No idea what those two are. Defeat the Gladiator of Sindel and Sindel. Ah, okay, so these are probably variant dungeon things. Complete the Criterion Dungeon. Savage. So those are all variant nonsenses. Merchant's Tale Advance. Complete another Merchant's Tale. And then these are all the different extremes. Defeat Suzaku in Hell's Kier Extreme. Complete the Binding Coils of Bahamut. That one I need to get through too. Labyrinth of the Ancient we finished. Cypress Tower. Within the first turn. Complete the final coil of Bahamut, giving us a wind-up Louis Soir. Alexander Gordis Savage 5 times, 10 times. Alexander Midas 5 times, Savage. Weeping City, complete Alexander. Complete Omega Delta Scape 5 times. Defeat Bahamut Pride in the unending coils of Bahamut Ultimate. Ugh. Ultimate weapon in the weapons refrain. Ultimate. Defeat the perfect Alexandrian Epic of Alexander. Yum. Complete ACCC Heavyweight Savage 10 times. Oh boy. And then we got the hunt. So I just need to get through Mark of the Desert, which is slay 5 unique B rank marks in Thanalin. Then we got treasure hunting. And then we got these field operations in Bosnia and what have you. And then we got this PvP nonsense, which I'm never going to be able to do correctly. And then characterize. Achieve level 50 as a gladiator, pugilist, marauder, archer, and lancer. I'll get to that. Mastering war and mastering magic, which is all those. 2, 1. Level 60. Warlord's crown. Dynasty's crown. Mastering, so that's at 4. So that's the level 80 stuff. And then this is for level 90. And then that's going to be for level 100, no doubt. Level 70, haven't done any of those. God of Hang, God of Land, Soul of Craft, Soul of the Harvest. Train another player's Chocobo companion 30 times. No idea how you do that. 10 duties via... I can't do any of the mentor stuff. Oh, Thingy-Madiggy, level 5 with Zoe. 3, 4 with Karuna, Karir. My goodness, so much stuff. Then we got this Disciple of War. Where it wants, like, you know, all the stuff with the Rogue, the Pugilist, and all that. Disciple of Magic. Oh, mate. And land. Accommodations. Gilded. Okay, so that was from 50. 1,500. Jesus fucking Christ. That's gonna take a while. Earn 10 million GP. Earn the following 7 achievements. Wing yes. Dun, dun, dun. Place first in 10 sanctioned Chocobo races. 500. Complete the first 15 Chocobo challenge races. Obtain unique cards. Defeat unique enemies. Defeat 70 unique. Hang on a second. There we go. Win 300 triple triad roulette matches. That's going to take a while. All right. So much I still need to get through. Real cool mechanics. They take 10% of their HP and damage each swing and have to manage their HP. Ooh, interesting. Wait. Fucking Samurai was a tank? It did not hold your hand or give you guidance. I respect it in a way, but it's hard for newbies to get in unless they really want to. I'm probably not going to get into it unless someone convinces me during a run of all the previous Final Fantasy numbered titled games for me to go through Final Fantasy XI. And we just do it like for a month straight of just nothing but Final Fantasy XI. All right. I have things I need to accomplish. First and foremost, I am going to see if I have a friends list. Let's have a look. Was this? Nah, that's just the Rothgar that pets other Rothgars. I think she's part of it. I don't know what she does. Dano boy.
No.
Oh, hi. I thought you were going to try and sleep.
Yeah, that failed. As you can tell.
Yeah, you're here, aren't you?
I'll log in.
Alright. So, yeah, because there's, like, plenty in my to-do list. Like, I still need to deal with Guardian Arkfeld and the Windward Plains. I need to go through Agalia. There's, like, all sorts of stuff. You're playing a newbie version and it's still rough. There's no quests. Wait, what do you mean there's no quests?
So you know how you've got the main story quest in 14, yes?
Yeah, so the MSQ, because of the...
That's not a thing. Go out and grind.
Oh my god. Is it literally just, like, have at it, the world is your oyster?
Yes.
Oh my god. It sounds like you kind of have to, like, search for, like, events or, like, you know, random popped up stuff to be like, ah, yes, this is gonna be fun.
With friends, you can grind higher level mobs, which makes it faster. You only get abilities every 5 levels, or thereabouts.
Yep.
If you're a spellcaster, it may be different, but you will have to either purchase or find your spells.
Ah.
Usually have to find.
Alrighty. So, Tombstone, Universal Tombstone 3.0. Dun, dun.
Alright.
And I have...
What do you need done?
Well, first and foremost... Also, what happened to the coin? I had a coin here, I thought. Alright,
You
so...
should have gotten a bronze, silver, and gold one.
Ding.
From all of your...
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, I'll give you party, because you know what you want to do.
Ah, yeah, fair. So...
With your coins, you can trade them in for twines and shines, and get current best in slot.
Yeah. Because I swear... Because I've got the Ordelli and Montemont. I don't... Oh, there it is. Ranperi. Oh, that's with it. So I hate that. It's all the way over here when the other two coins are all the way over here. I hate that. The reason I'm having us do Limitless Blue is because I fucking hate how I have to, like, sprint from one side of the thing to the other. And if I don't, like, you know, do it fast enough, it's like, oh, the water disabled it or something. It's a pet peeve. So, stick to the left side. This will be probably one of the easiest things you have to do with me. Yep. Oh. And then... Killer. Hell yeah. Oh, you just instantly killed them.
I am very good.
Hmm. Where is... This is the part I don't like about Bismarck, is just the amount of not engaging it.
Welcome to Heavenswood Extremes. They were... You would have been fighting the two worms during this.
Ah.
They were also very experimental. They were trying new things.
Fair enough, I suppose. Alright. Mm-hmm.
You want to be in the middle. And it's purple, so it will be lightning. We shouldn't destroy them, but I don't care at this point. We outgear this.
Let me do my... There we go. Yay! Thank you for the help. I appreciate it.
Oh, good.
Alright, so that's...
What else do you need?
So we can do Alexander, Gordius, lightweight, heavyweights. Okay, we can't do that unsynced. We can do... Let's see, there's Storm's Crown Extreme, Deep Dungeons, Cinder Drift Extreme. Is that...
That should be fine.
Yeah, that looks to be the... Yeah, that looks to be the first of the ancient weapon thingamadoog, so... I think this is the first time I'm gonna go through it.
Nope, it's the second.
You were here for the first time. No, this is the first...
Oh, no,
This is my first
okay.
time going
You
through
did
the extreme.
original.
You were there for when we went through, like, the normal ones, because, you know...
And we barely made it, just the two of us.
Hmm. Chat, this is the Big Fat Taco song.
Now, if you want to do the Coils of Bahamut, you will be paying attention to these mechanics.
Noted.
Teehee. I've ripped aggro.
Oh yeah, let me get my what's Mahuzi. There we go. Lexicolor, okay. Okay.
You don't want to be along those lines.
Yep. I was very... Alright, so...
Tank Buster.
Mm-hmm. Oop.
Get away from them initially. And then you want to stay at the end of them.
Mm-hmm.
At the very end of it. And bait it in slowly.
Oh, there we go.
Yep, exactly like that.
Cool. Is this something you've been able to like solo in the past?
Nope. I don't even know if we can duo this.
Okay. Oh, because this is round 2. Yeah, that was a freaky smile.
Breaker.
Okay.
You get one, I'll get the other.
Alright. Alright, I'm going Raven's Image.
Oh, no, you have to go the other one.
Oh, okay. There we go.
And then I'm gonna split it up. There we go. I'm coming. Oh, Dynamo was in.
Oh, okay. They don't move then.
No. One does Chariot, one does Dynamo. Dynamo is go in, Chariot is go out.
Okay, okay. Dun, dun, dun.
We don't have a lot of time to kill this now. But we're fine.
Yay! Because I know when you get to like Shadowbringers, it's like it's best to have like a party of like 4 or more unsynced, and then Endwalker is still too soon.
You can't solo this one, I know that for a fact. Did you want the weapons themselves, or would you prefer the effects from them?
The what, sorry?
So these ones can drop, can give effects on the weapons that you can craft. Hang on, I'll grab them.
Kane has... It doesn't matter.
So what we do is we do this, and I will show you the axe that you can make. Or that I'll make for you if you want it.
We can look at it at another... We can look at it another time. That is a cool effect, I will be real with you. So... We can look at, like, craftable things and what have... Because, like, when I finished, like, Endwalker or something like that, there was definitely a period of time where I was just going through the earlier savages to pick up their weapons and such and throwing them into my glamour chest. I probably need to do a cleanup of those kinds of weapons, because if I'm not using their appearance, then it's like, if they're like, you know, level 60 and down, I can probably just go, yeet them out. And then if I really need them, I go through them unsynced. But 70s, 80s, and 90s, definitely keep. Alrighty. Please don't fuck with me, Chloe. You fucked with me, Chloe. Alright, so we can do Alexander Gordius. We could do a light heavyweight, level 100 dungeon, level 90, a 50 and 60. Alliance raid and Shadowbringers. Done. Fist of the Father, Cuff of the Father, Arm of the Father, Burden of the Father. Let's go... Which one has the least amount of mechanics for us to have to, like, do extra play on? We just keep hitting the whatever monster.
Can't stop my head, they're the same. Probably go the last one.
Alright. So, yeah. This is what it's like, chat, when you go through Wondrous Tales. Oh yeah, I remember. This rings a bell. So yeah, if any of my DPSs were like level 60 or something like that, I would definitely have I would have definitely had done a thingamadiggy to ooh, hello. Oh. Leave, because I don't want to grab all that nonsense there. Probably solo the Alexandrian nonsense going forward. Hey, Artemis! Oh, even worse.
You sure can.
So, alright, what... Do we want to go with like a, you know, engaging with mechanics at level? Because we could do...
Well, we can queue up for it and see if it pops.
Alright, let's see if any of them pop. Ding, dong, bam. Let's see if any of them go off. Oh, look at that. Wild.
I have noticed that the OCE servers are becoming more and more popular for raiding.
Oh, are they? That's good.
It's quite nice. It's about time.
Because like, out of all the different like Final Fantasy 14 players and such, raiding is your kind of thing.
Ultimate raiding is not regular raiding.
Mm-hmm.
I hope you're ready to be ripped to shreds.
I don't much care for Savage.
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
Just give everyone a... There we go.
I sharpen these.
Yep. So we go here. Oh.
They did a really good job with the raids this tier.
It's like, it's a bop, and what's more is it's understandable. Like, they're like presenting the mechanics and such like that. The only one that I'm not 100% across is when we were at like the medium level and we were dealing with like that weird, you know, overdosed fight.
Oh yeah, no one's ready for that one.
That one I wasn't. That one is probably like, in my opinion, just the worst for me to go through in trying to remember mechanics. Second is the Lindworm, because I'm always like fucking up some small thing.
As a useless fact, the Savage for the fight that you're thinking of, not the Lindworm one, is almost the same. It's just more punishing.
Oh, which one is... There we go. Alright.
Me after I eat Taco Bell.
Mm-hmm.
Please bear with us while we repair the ring.
Alright. So
I'm allowed to do low effort.
no, fair, fair. Alright, yep. So I'm good here. And then... you need... Yep, you're good there. And then... Oh, interesting. That one hadn't been broken yet. Fuck it. Arms linking that one.
My positional.
I'll gut you like a cod.
Oh boy, I don't know how to do with this one. I was trying to reposition her so she wasn't like, you know, in a terrible... Oh, there we go. Never mind.
She'll do it herself.
Alright, so we want to... Actually, I can stay here. There we go.
Even I felt that one off, but the challenger's still standing.
This is honestly like... This was a good starter.
It really was, yeah.
I think the one I had the most fun, like, because of the vibe and, like, the kind of mechanics, was Dancing Green.
It was a very good fight too.
Yeah. Come on, we're almost there. Oh, shit. I was so busy trying to, like, get her dead.
Tank now.
Someone else can tank her.
To me, echo of my soul.
Oh, pfft. She dead. Thank you, healer.
It's all over.
I don't really need any of this, so I'm leaving. I think the only raid I managed to do was the Alliance raid for Crystal Tower. You're still early on expansions. Yeah, the Alliance raid in A Realm Reborn, when I joined into it, was a required Alliance raid, but apparently, like, before Endwalker was released, it was not a required raid. So, and the reason it became required is because there was a character that appears in Endwalker that,
Shadowbringers.
you know, requires, you know, you to be familiar.
Yeah.
God damn
It
it.
was in Shadowbringers, so you
Oh,
end up having to do it.
Yeah. I was really hoping for this thing to at least give me, like, a twofer. There was, like, two good spots you could have...
She never will.
She did it one
You should
time.
know better by that.
I should. I really should. It's one of those, nope, not Isabard. Dravinia. And the character that should get it. It's tempting to give it to, like, the Black Mage, because it's, like, 38. Or the Bard. But those two, like, those levels will go up real fast. So they're not as important. I think I'm going to give it to the Sage. Sage is... Because then that way the Sage is, like, just a little bit of ways from doing 71 dungeons and actually getting, you know, good jumps and what have you. Dun, 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 dun. Alright. Here's my journal. How many... Okay, I'm nearly max on that thing, so I'm gonna go for the Gargantuaskin map. And put me down for 50 Mnemonics, so then that way there's, like, you know, some use. You will be on... Oh, do you wish to proceed? No, cancel, because I forgot to do the oh so important. Swapping over to Sage. And over journal. Ding, dong, accept. There we go. Receive a new journal. Excellent. Containment Bay P1T6. Hell's Kier. Crown of Immaculate, Heavyweight 3 or 4, Lightweight 1 to 4, Omega Sigma Scape, Juno the First Walk, Alliance Raids in Heaven Ward. Jesus. Off-valued leveling dungeons, high-level dungeon 50 or 60, high-level dungeon 90, high-level dungeon 100, Crystalline Conflict, Minstrel Ballard, and Minstrel Ballard. Ugh. These are not gonna be fun. But I'm not gonna deal with Chloe's book again, because that's not due for another 2 weeks. Or actually, is it only due for a week? Hang on. Nope, it's due next week. Damn it. Stupid me. Ah, well. Pfft. Another time. What we can do instead is... Actually, can I put in better gear on you? No, not yet. Mine's... Interesting. Skaven, Shire. Ah, because those
If you
are...
want, we can do the map that you just got.
Sure. Level 100 full recommended. Oh. Maybe not.
We can take that.
We can do... We could do, like, Wyvern Skin. Level 60 recommended.
Those are not parties, so the portal won't drop. You can do the full...
Oh, they're not parties?
8-man parties.
Yeah, I'll save it, because I know Dazzy likes grouping up for those. So...
Okay.
And
but you see how it just says level 60 recommended, no light party or full party?
Yeah, so this thing has, like, recommended underneath it, but these don't. Also, where do I... No, not that. Do I have any scrolls in here? No, I do not. I just have a shit ton of, potions and weird bullshit. Alright,
I do have a Gargantua skin map.
do we want to try the White Wanderer? Have you ever done...
Try, sure.
Yeah.
I've only ever done it once, and even then I don't remember anything about it.
All good, all good. The Windward Wilds. Join. Because that should be, like, close to current. Whether we get someone is questionable, quote-unquote, but we'll see. Ow. Let's have a look. So... Alright, so... key items... So these are... Alright, beginner Dawn Mark, so... Sex of Nuts, Overt Solace... Ah, there you are.
That's just not the weapon I thought that would be. Okay.
You were crafting some stuff?
No, I'm looking at some of the weapons that come from this.
From the... Oh,
The trial.
yeah. Okay. Okay.
And I linked it. That one is a staff.
Oh, it's doing the I don't even have to like do the. I can see just from the little icon what it's doing is it's trying to create the weapons that are existing in the Monster Hunter Wilds, because he's a very like bulky kind of boy, and that's reflected in his weapons and what have you. So that staff there is trying to mimic his yeah, it's trying to mimic his hammer in a realm in Wilds. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what the warrior's weapon will look like as well.
It's not.
It's what?
It's not. That's thicker than the axe.
What the Wait, is that trying to... I'm gonna need to double check, because, like, his hammer is, like, that's what's being used for the staff. This could be Charge Blade for all I know, but... What's his, Dark Knight? What does that one look like? Okay, that one definitely looks like his, great sword. So that, yeah, okay. God damn, there's, like, hardly rhyme or reason. Oh, cool, I killed the what's-mahoozies that I needed to deal with here. Next up on my list is... Chapez. Dink Donk. Alright, so I need to go over there. I'm just doing some Dawn Trail marks because, you know, I barely keep up with all these, but while we're waiting for a thing to proc, might as well.
Remember, it was difficult to get it, the queue to pop when I did it.
Ah, okay, okay.
I just don't think people unlocked it.
It is like an alternative, like it's a cross thingy, so it's probably the same as like the Rathalos back in Stormblood.
The Rathalos one was pretty popular.
Oh, was it? Ah.
When I was a mentor, I constantly got the extreme version of it.
Yeah, it looks like no one's searching for it. They're only, it's like Hell on Wheels or Lapore Extreme, so... Alright, once it gets to the 6-minute mark, I'll probably get it
I'd
to...
say call it now.
Call it now?
Just do a...
Yep. Social... No, not social. Party Finder. Group members, normal, for a... Where are you? Where are you? Windward Wilds, duty completion, first time bonus. There we go. Alright, let's see how it goes. Alright, so it's not the alpacas we want, it's something more threatening. It's like the bears or something. Where the... Fuck it. Just crowding them all. Get over here.
These things really don't do damage.
Well, that's because you're not synced.
Yes, I am.
Oh. Interesting. Probably because they're like cross-world, it doesn't properly show the level thingamadoogies, maybe? I don't know. Alright, time to try. Where the fuck did these bears go? Are they just like on the other side of this village? Nope. Those are the weird cactus boys. Where are the bears? Chapamanek. Should be... They say they're there. For all I know, they're like... in...
From a fate?
It's just a mountain bear?
Yeah, it could be from a fate.
Possibly.
Ah.
Bless you.
It's a minor case of death, I'm fine.
Well, remember not to die. Okay, this water is beautiful. Checking this. Wee. Ah, found them. How many do you need me to kill? Oh, I only needed to kill one? Nice.
Crazy looking up at that mountain sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
It's a really nice view.
Alright, so... No. Okay, so that's it. So next is Miu Uzak. So all of the rest are in Amaza, unless is there an intermediate here? Yaktarel, Yaktarel, Shanoli, Shanoli, Yaktarel, Yaktarel. Nope. And then in here, we've done the Unalak, we've done Heritage, Living Memory. Alright, so we're filling out pretty good. Alright. Alright, so... And I'm going the wrong way. I might turn off mount music, honestly. Is there a way to disable that? Hang on.
Yes.
Done.
Play music when mounted. It's the second option from the top.
Within mountain guide?
System config.
Okay. Here. Play music when mounted. There we go. Thank you. Because, yeah, some of them are like, you know, fun little jives and such, but other times it's like, I just want to listen to the environments.
I recommend you turn off the music at the start of a new expansion.
Mm-hmm.
At least the mount music, so that you can actually
Nice.
get
the most experience out of it.
Yeah.
Okay, so that guy took, like, no troubles whatsoever. Alright, so you're over there. You're over the... Alright, so let's do a little... rotation. Got some of these geckos, or iguanas, sorry. These guys. Oh, they're at the river. Okay. Looks like we got a lot of first-timers going into this group. Hi there, Tabitha! Yeah, it's Zeebs! Joined with me is Velk as we go through some of the random trials and dungeons that I haven't yet done. So, Mondays are probably going to be a nice, you know, casual vibe and what have you. It'll be very important that I have viewers to, like, you know, jive with and communicate. I know if Wild Saber was here, Wild Saber would probably tell me about, like, some new TV show or something like that, and I could easily get myself distracted looking at that. Well, alright. Okay, so we need to slake 2 of these things. Easy enough to do. There we go. Mm-hmm. What can I use these sack of nuts for?
You can trade them in for, I think it's gear and other items.
Okay. Ooh. No, there's no point for a fate that does a bonus at this level because all of my stuff that could accomplish fighting this thing would have to... are just all tanks already. But yeah, how is your morning, afternoon, evening, Tabitha? Is it going alright for you? Hopefully you're having an okay time. Oh. Guys. Yeah, it's the ocelots. 2, 3, 5, 6. So close. Alright, so that's done. Yoctorel, Shenaloni, and then Heritage, Living Memory. And then something called the Slammer in Kozumaku, but no idea when he's gonna pop up, so... Oop, I gotta get rid of you guys. Oh, I need to kill a third. Okay. And then I just need to find a random bird. Ah, but cool, you're here. Where are these goddamn birds? Oh, there, this one. Cinder Fields, and then Shaloni is the next place. All right, cool. Now I just need to get out of this canopy. Will it let me just fly out of this canopy? Oh yeah, it will. Nice. That's honestly cool that it'll let me just fly out of the canopy like that. I thought it was going to be a weird thing where it's like, oh, there's an invisible roof. You're going to have to find like the little like corridor thing to go back through to get from below ground to above ground. Right, so... Oh, hello. There's just like a giant chinchilla here.
Alright, we're all good to go.
Alright, donk. So yeah, because it looks like Alice is still, Yep, okay, cool. Looks like we're good. Looks like we're good now. So, 2 tank.
You can see if you can put us in.
Renda Ray was like, didn't answer in time, so I'm just gonna...
Yeah, but you can still try.
Alright.
Nothing wrong with it.
They said yeah. Alright, cool.
Yep, cool. Alright.
Here we go!
I'm basically as blind as you. I do not remember this fight. I've only done it once.
Lol. Watch the boss. Tells her from the boss's model. Cool. Who are we... Okay, I was about to say, like, who are we waiting on? Because Ray was the one that was like, oh, no, I'm good now. Pool party. Here we go, chat! Oh my gosh. Oh, it's a Guardian Arkveld. Thought it was an Arkveld, my bad. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Ah, we only get mega potions as well. Interesting. Alright,
And you're full of stakes, so you will heal over time.
actually, because we have to watch for the movements. Here we go. Need to be over here. Nice. Ah,
That's bigger than expected.
yeah,
Jesus.
it was bigger than expected. And I just wasted... Oh boy.
Mm-hmm. That's rude.
Oh. So that's going to be a rolling thing. Go.
That's the opposite, so I'm gonna guess that that's a get out.
Yep. Oh, wait, no, this side, this side, this side. Yep.
Whoa,
I'm learning.
so big.
Doing? Alright. Okay.
Alright, not a fan of any of what's going on
Oh,
there.
fuck. Yep. That was painful. Oh, shit. Are you kidding me? Oh my god, and we only just went like a quarter of the way.
I can't tell what this boss is doing because it's all the wiggly bits.
Yeah, the wiggly bits are... It's, tendril... Oh, shit.
You need to take one of the tank buster towers.
I'll take the tank. I got one. How long do I stay on it?
Until that tower's gone.
Okay.
That beat the shit out of you. Holy crap.
It's because I stayed on a puddle, because I wasn't too sure if it wanted
okay.
me on the puddle or not.
Oh god. Okay. And then those explode as
Yeah.
well, like the little plant things. Alright.
Yeah.
Oh, this can stop.
Brings its might to
Brings its
bear.
might to bear.
What the shit is that
Okay.
supposed to mean?
There's nothing else to...
Oh, it's doing...
Oh, it Angie.
Yep. It's breaking a whole new field.
Guardian will... only be dispelled by the wyvern's defeat, and its damage over time, and increased damage taken.
You doing some research on the side?
Well, I'm reading the debuff.
Oh, what? Oh, shit.
Alright.
So we need to be on this side?
Seems so. Oh, go fuck yourself.
Okay, this one we want to be away.
Seems so.
That is a very broad. Oh, we need to be all the way over here.
Oh, I'm getting hit on that one.
Alright, this one we need to be in. So,
But not straight away.
not straight
I
away.
think.
There, and now in.
Now you go.
Alright, this one off to
And
the...
then that side.
Yep. Feels so slow. Trying to, like, do all my things and then...
Okay. Easy enough. What's the cat? Oh, he's striking out as well. That's a dick move.
Oh, he's going
coming
in.
Back in. Is it gonna repeat again? Oh, it sure is.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, over here. Ish. There we go.
I should have got hit by that, but alright. Oh, okay. Guess that's...
Alright. Oh, so you're taking that one. I need to take...
And get away from the exploding plant things.
Yep, so let them do their...
And this is going to be an in as well.
Yep.
Man, this is fucked up.
He's slower in this one. Just to, like, in Wilds, he is fucking relentless. He is just swinging himself around.
This isn't extreme.
That is a fair. Probably
would make him brutal.
Yep.
I think it's time for a bit of Novisimus.
Oh yeah, it's all three. Nice.
That didn't do shit. Okay.
Yep. I still got vulnerability. God damn you. There we go.
Damn. What a crazy fight.
It was good. I could probably I could probably want to like get better with this and honestly try it in extreme. Oh, it's not the normal Monster Hunter.
You can carve on the boss.
Yeah, so I guess it's doing the same thing as a scale on Guardian Arkveld's crown appears loose. Nice. So I'm guessing carving shit will... 2 Guardian scales. Nice.
And you also got a weapon coffer, probably.
So yeah, so the weapon coffer will probably come about from extreme.
No, you got a weapon coffer.
Oh, what? Oh, shit. 745. Nice. I could...
Because I got one too.
Oh, we all did? What the hell? That's... Okay, that... There must be a catch.
That's great.
It must be like a part... Like, is it just giving us a weapon?
Just giving you the weapon.
You did it! You defeated Arkveld. Now these plains will know peace once more.
It's thanks to you that I never knew of this threat in the first place.
Oh, stop it. You'll make me blush. It was nothing, really. I'm just thankful you have a hunting association in this land, too. Where I'm from, the moment you issue a request, you'll have a swarm of hunters on your doorstep, itching to carry it out. The quest counter's always bustling as a result. Ah, I suppose I'd better find a way back to the Forbidden Land soon. And yet... It's not every day that you get spirited away to a vast continent like this. You know, I'd like to see the sights and speak with the people. I'll find a way back in the course of that, I'm sure of it. I wouldn't mind learning more about the myriad monsters and resources here either. I'll see where the wind takes me and fill out my field guide as I go along. Who knows? By the time I make it home, I may have filled the whole thing. Do you think I'll be a worthy adventurer by then?
Oh, absolutely. There are palicos that have actually, like, you know, stand side by side and shit. It's good. I just love his bell-bottom pants. It's so funny. The bell-bottom overalls and such.
So with those scales, you can trade them in for minions and armor or glamour stuff.
Yeah.
Like a Vigor Wasp?
Vigor Walls.
I don't know.
Lol, there's another person with a party finder trying to get through then.
Well, if you want, you can do it again.
We could do it again. It's honestly fun. Like, I definitely would give it another go. Like...
And this way... Oh no, actually, you should go do it. Like, disband the party, go. Let's go.
Disband the party.
Disband the party, and go.
And then party finder.
Yep.
Trials... Where are you? Windward Plains, first time bonus, Nora. Join the party. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was only missing you.
Lol.
And this way you also get enough scales to get yourself a Vigor Wasp.
Oh, cool, cool.
Just remember to carve afterwards. Oh, before you do as well, make sure you use the,
Oh,
the
I need a...
hopper.
Yeah, hang on. Dink. Oh, hang on. Fuck.
Just go, withdraw. Just say 1 sec.
Nah, it's fine. It's just...
Okay.
If I should have, like, you know, been smarter, but... I'll use it on the...
You can't use it in the middle of...
Ah, okay. Oh, wait, what am I thinking? I can just... Oh, you can't... Chocobo saddles are not available, are they?
I don't... It's okay. It's not a very high item level.
Yeah, it's just
thing anyway,
it's 745, which, you know, it's not that high, but the fact that it's
It's just...
Yeah.
But now you know what to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it won't let me go into the Chocobo saddles. Darn it.
That's okay.
Yeah, it's... Go. Alright, so stay on the outside and work our way in. Damn it, got a vulnerability for that. Go. Come on, do your next phase. There we go. Ow, got caught up. Oh, hang on. There. Alrighty, so... And I mispressed that.
I refuse to elaborate
Hi there, Blue.
because I don't know what I just said.
Welcome, welcome. I'm going through the Whatsamahoozy monster. And I made a mistake of not opening up my weapon coffer for this guy sooner. So I'm gonna end up with like still only holding on to the one weapon coffer and accidentally... Come on. This isn't good. How's it going, Blue? Hopefully you're doing good. And then it will loop back around shortly. And I accidentally hit that vulnerability on that because I didn't realize it was going back that often. God, I'm just being on tilt. Oh, cool. I didn't realize you were doing the tail thing. There we go. Yep, and I'm unable to acquire a, Oh. Oh, I can hold on to 2. Felk! I was able to hold on to 2 at the same time! Tis an old snep now, apparently. Why are you an old snep now? Artemis, why are you an old snep? You're hardly old. It was only your birthday like a day or it's a couple days ago. Oh yeah, there's no accommodation nonsense. I can just like leave the thing. Mid-30s. Oh my gosh. Yeah, 30s. Alright. Okay, that's honestly weird that I was able to get like another Veldirian coffer with the Guardian scale. That's honestly crazy I was able to do that. Speak with the Dawn Tracker and Tuliol. Here we go. Zeebs, Zeebs, Zeebs. What's up, Blue? What's up? What do you need? Hi. Alright, hand in the quest here. Can't be asking ages like that. I didn't ask how old she was. Just wondered why she thought herself as old. It's not old. The furry community calls 30-year-old like gray muzzles, which I'm going to be frank with you is an insult. We carved some scales from Arkveld's hide. Would you be able to craft anything with them? It'd be an awful waste to leave them as only a souvenir. Well now, this is a rare find. If you speak with the smithy here, I'm sure he could fashion armor with it, or at the very least exchange it for other wares. Be sure to drop by again should you find any other noteworthy materials. Hey, the Sarah Kid is here.
What brings you here, my friend? Already finished feeding?
It's just a giant chicken horse.
My, would you look at that? It seems they've grown fond of you.
Hell yeah.
If you're not opposed, why don't you take them along with you on your adventures?
Feel old? I'm much this sleepy and even had a nap this afternoon? Well, you're okay for having a nap. I mean, it's 9:40. I'm only going to be live for like another 20 minutes. It's not like there's going to be any crazy new developments going off at this hour.
Yippee! You couldn't ask for a better companion. With that settled, I believe it's time I was getting on with my own adventure. Thanks for everything, Grant.
You're no quitter. Mom didn't raise a quitter. She raised a complainer, but it ain't gonna be quitting. That's what the copy pasta says, right?
May we someday meet again.
Tiny little palico. Alright, so we get ourselves Hunter Camp's chair, the outdoor huntsman grill, and a Sarakit horn. Hey, they give us the quest complete in the same way as Wilds. The hunt has only just begun. Earn further rewards by facing Guardian Arkveld in the Windward Wilds Extreme, which can be unlocked by speaking with the Wandering Mistral and Tuliol. Okay, so I just need to talk to him. Alright, so 99 Guardian Arkveld certificates gives you the Feline Support Team Cart Horn, Fledgling Vigawasp, Mitsune's Parasol, Hunter Wild, Hope. Okay, so There's a lot of good stuff in here. Allows the hiring of feline menders on the estate, junkmongers, material suppliers, servants. Some good stuff in here, honestly. I like Greatsword, Hunting Lodge, Ice Shard Cliffs. Nice, nice. Alright, so you need 2, 6, 8, 12, 14. So you need at least 14 scales in order to get like the entirety of like the Hope Mail. And yep, it's all level 1 stuff, so it can be worn with anyone. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, now the question is... Hey, it works with the carrot. Also, hang on. Okay, so that hat could work. So the Vigor Wasp minion, a Sarakit fledgling. I think I'm gonna go for the Vigor Wasp, honestly. Alright, and then we can go with... let's see, we got Moment of Peace, we got Kunafa Village, Base Camp, White Wraith. Let's go Base Camp in the day. Alright, so in order to do enhancements, we'd have to go Guardian Arc. We need 5 certificates on each of the items. Okay. Alright, looking at my gear list. Let's have a look. So Gunbreaker is on 690. Yep. $690 there as well. And you're $690 here as well. Alrighty, I am going to have my Paladin use the Valeridian. So then that way... There we go. So he jumps from 752 to 761. Nice. All right, and then the next character. Let's see. I could go Gunbreaker or the Dark Knight. I'm gonna go with the Dark Knight because honestly, like the Dark Knight's gear is gonna look real cool with the Valdian coffer. And then unlock this minion. There we go. And then can probably that will unlock later on. Expense, ruby weapon. All right. So honestly, the wings will look kind of cool. Dunk. There we go. Yeah, that looks cool. Ooh, nice. It does a little whoopee around. So that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Alrighty. Let's see. What's another... Alright, so I got all these Wondrous Tales, which we're not going to be doing too big of a hit on. Got Realm of the Gods over there. Dun, dun, dun. Alright. Let's see. Let's see, what's on the party planner? The Unmasking? What is... What in the world is the Unmasking? Ah, okay, it's that late game stuff. All right. Also, go back. Show everything. So we got different recollection extreme, unmasking. We got another windward. Inifos, mount ordeals, cruise weight M3, second walk, first walk, the binding coils of Bahamut. And then all those different kinds of locked things. Fuck it, let's do it again. Oh, wait, hang on. I need a refresh, don't I? Hell on wheels. Yep, Windward has all of them unlocked. Damn it. Latest trial. I've never seen people ask for help on that until you said you wanted to do it. You started a chain. I think it's because you have to grab like multiple like what's-mahoozy things, the shards or the scales, and people are like, oh, we probably need to get more of those. So yeah. So yeah, so look at that. Like 2 different kinds of people want to do the necro, and then we got the extreme on that. And we got these extremes. Dun 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 dun. Let's see. A lot of minstrel ballad nonsense. The interpretos, which is level synced to there. And then we got someone doing the Great Hunt for duty completion as unrestricted. Honestly? Fuck it. Oh, I'm up for that. I'm up for doing an unrestricted Great Hunt. If you want to, like, I'm gonna be real, whether or not I'm gonna be good at remembering all the stuff I need to do when in it is gonna be an entirely different question, but hey. Let's see what happens. Dun, 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 dun. Unmasking extreme, and then these are all locked duties, which obviously means that they're probably for like earlier stuff I haven't unlocked yet. Dun, dun. World of Darkness, Heavyweight Savage. Let's see how we go. Also, I need to double check my then Zorabort Cinder, and then the 2 Shinobis. Kind of just as necessary. Okay, okay. Probably could get away with like just 2 or 3, honestly, because the Great Hunt isn't like, it doesn't need that many people, I don't imagine, for the Great Hunt to have that much success. It's hang on. The Great Hunt is Stormblood. There we go. So yeah, level 70. That's honestly doable, because like we have the Cinder weapons at 80, so you can solo it. Okay, okay. I probably could. They're level 87 right now, so maybe just like 1 more. I think they like might want to try and do other things like carving tail and what have you. So, all right, I'm just trying to find the toxicity boys. We have all these things in the Cinder field. Let's see. None of these fellas. There we go. Alright, how many of them did I need to kill? 2. Okay. Here we go. Ding dong. All right. I will be real with you, Velk. I can barely recall the mechanics, so hopefully it's not a pissing match. I'm just like looking for there we go. So yeah, because like it's not even an extreme, it's just a normal great hunt. So yeah. Monster Hunster. Yeah, like, look at this, like... There we go. Nice. I forgot that mechanic. Oh, because we need to kill the... Need to kill the big... what's an Uzi? Damn it. And I've been put to sleep. God damn you. There we go. So now we can hide behind the thing. There we go. There we go. Mm-hmm. Go. I do not understand why this thing is thicker territory or enable to. Yeah, cool. Done. Oh, I'm unable to use Phoenix Down in this area. God damn you. Just need to survive just a little bit. Think. There we go. And then cut the tail. There we go. Done. It's a shame the other guy's in there. Once you hit him enough, then you can spend everything and kill him when he's down. Yep. So yeah, he would be down faster if we had like more people attacking at once, but that's not the case. Are we gonna kill him again before he even, like, gets, If we kill him before he gets down again, this is gonna be kind of hilarious. Although this is a bit of an underwhelming sort of, like, rush. Thank goodness for Shake It Off to help block all that. 2, 3. There we go, and he's down again, which means there. Hi there, Phantom Superman. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're doing all right. Yeah, dunk, and then need a... There we go. So, Rathalos scales acquired. I am now holding on to 2 in total, because I didn't really need that many. Yay! Alright. Little bit of an underwhelm, but, you know. But it's, you know, we helped a little guy out, which was pretty good. Shame I couldn't do it on the first try, but, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, the next time I pick up Final Fantasy XIV on stream, we're gonna see if we can go through... I've got stuff in Is it Endwalker or Shadowbringers? Hang on. Endwalker. There's stuff in Endwalker I haven't yet done that I'm going to need to put some time into doing and what have you. Let me just get these guys whacked real quick. So yeah, so I'm looking forward to it, quite honestly. I just need to find peeps to play it with. But yeah, hopefully you're having a wonderful morning over in Canada, Phantom Superman. We're going to be encroaching into like the end of the stream, honestly. I'm just going to get these guys killed at least once, so then that way I can get the hunter mark in this area like closer to finished. Lord knows I am going to want to do more Final Fantasy. I was about to say more Monster Hunter, but while that is a nice thing, I'm probably not going to do Monster Hunter on stream. I'm going to be doing more Final Fantasy XIV on stream, I should say. So yeah. We got Rathalos scales, which are going to be useful in other kinds of areas. I'm going to hit return on Tuliol at this point, and I'm going to call it a night here. Because I have work the very next day. I have to work the full-time job and what have you. But it's okay. All good things must end, so then that way moderation can take place. So yeah. Plus, you guys will be able to hear like the lovely music in the blah 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 in the background here. Like, dink. All right, storing items. Okay, so I'm pretty sure Clarent and Maleficus, we can put those away. This is still being used by our Gunbreaker. Still using a few of those things. Let's have a look. So, think. All right. Combo, Kitesso. This, I'm pretty sure, is almost... So yeah, this is level 32 stuff. Oh, it looks like we already have the... So yeah, these three things I could probably desynthesize the next time I get through like all the levels and what have you. But that's all for next time. There is still so much. Like, there's also the fact that there is... Hang on, where is it? The, where's the collection? Like, look at this. The unending codex. I need to be putting in some time to read through all of these. So then that way, those of you that are coming into the stream and what have you have an opportunity for me to, like, you know, regale you with some of the little tidbits that we've learned along the many expansions that the critically acclaimed MMORPG has been offered. So, yeah. Let me just give a quick shout out to Phantom Superman as well, though. Good morning so far. Just waking up and getting ready for the gym. I hope your day or evening has been good. It has been fairly good. I have gone through most of my day, so now we're heading off into the late evening right now. So it's at this point that we're going to be calling it here. And I'm going to see who is online and who we can go and raid. So let us see. We've got a few different options, quite frankly. We've got a lot of Final Fantasy XIVs. Let's see. Let's see who's online in my following list and see if we can go for them. You know what? We're gonna go raid into Dazzy. They have been at this for a long time, and it's worth raiding into them. Have a good night, big guy. All good. We're gonna go raid into Dazarus. Yes, the king of kobolds. If you are subscribed, you're welcome to use the emotes with our himbo raid message. If you are not subscribed, that is okay. You're welcome to use whatever other kinds of emotes that you want that you think might work for the himbo raid. I know Phantom Superman must have some good emotes. And otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. I'm so glad we were able to get through all the Dawn Trail stuff so far in terms of raids and trials. I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are. I will be back online Wednesday night to get through more of BioShock Infinite. And if I don't see you Wednesday night, hopefully I'll see you all next time. Bye for now. Bye-bye.